Good evening, and welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story drifts into the electric, mysterious, and awe-inspiring life of Nikola Tesla, the man who tried to bring light to the entire world. As you listen, allow your body to soften, let your breathing slow down, and let each word guide you a little deeper into calm. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can catch more of our gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your muscles to loosen, and your thoughts to grow quiet. Leave behind the noise of the day and drift toward a peaceful and restful night. Now, we begin our journey into the lightning bright, yet deeply human story of Nikola Tesla. The Tesla action. A fierce summer storm raged over the tiny village of Smiljan on the midnight of July 9th, 1856. Lightning burst in dazzling vines across the sky as a newborn's cry rose in a candlelit room. According to family legend, the midwife shuddered at the thunder and proclaimed the infant a bad omen, a child of darkness. But Nikola's mother, Doka, held him close and whispered her own prophecy. No, he will be a child of light. Outside, the rain drummed on the thatched roof, and the scent of wet earth filled the air, as if nature itself had marked the birth of this remarkable child with an electric benediction. In later years, Tesla would indeed become a bringer of light, both literally and metaphorically, to a world then shrouded in the darkness of ignorance. Young Nikola grew up in a rustic home beside an Orthodox church, the son of a thoughtful priest and a hard-working mother known for her inventive spark. He was the fourth of 5 children, a boy with storm-gray eyes and an uncanny imagination. Though life in the Croatian countryside was simple, Nikola's inner world teemed with wonders. He spent his days observing the rhythms of nature, the tap of rain on window panes, the hiss of wind through pines, the crackle of hearth fires. From his mother, who devised clever household gadgets and memorized epic poems, Nikola inherited a practical ingenuity and a love of storytelling. From his father, who read him classics and trained his memory with mental exercises, he absorbed discipline and a reverence for knowledge. Books became the boy's closest companions. Each night after the family slept, Nikola secretly lit homemade tallow candles and read until dawn, devouring tales of far-off scientists and philosophers. In those late-night hours, the dusty attic air would dance with candlelight and the faint smell of wax, and the boy's mind roamed free among the stars and ideas on the page. One winter evening, a wondrous incident etched itself into Nikola's memory like a flash of lightning. He was only 3 years old, playing with his beloved black cat, Machak, by the hearth. Outside, the cold was so dry that villagers' footsteps in the snow left ghostly trails of blue sparks. As Nikola stroked the cat's long fur in the dim parlor, he suddenly gasped. Machak's back had become a sheet of light. Tiny, crackling sparks leapt between the boy's fingers and the cat's coat, illuminating the dark with a halo of pale corona. The sharp smell of static tickled Nikola's nose, and the hair on his arms stood on end. Startled, he called for his father, Reverend Milutin Tesla, observed a strange glow, and nodded thoughtfully. "This is nothing but electricity," his father explained gently. "The same power you see in the sky during a storm." Young Nikola listened, wide-eyed and silent, as a hush of awe fell between father, son, and the quietly sparking cat. In that moment, the toddler's mind conceived a playful, profound question. Was nature one giant cat, and were the lightning bolts, its fur being stroked by a divine hand? The idea made his mother laugh. "Stop playing with the cat, Nikola. You might start a fire." But the boy was in wonder. The mystery of electricity had revealed itself to him in the simplest of joys, and it left him mesmerized. Decades later, Tesla would recall that magical night. "Day after day I asked myself, what is electricity? 80 years have gone by and I still ask the same question, unable to answer it." The spark from Machak's back had kindled in the child an unquenchable curiosity about the hidden forces of the world. Tragedy struck the Tesla family when Nikola was just 5. His older brother Dane, a bright, gentle boy, whom everyone hailed as the family genius, died in a riding accident. One sunny afternoon, Dane's horse threw him to the ground, and the world of Nikola's childhood changed in an instant. In the chaos after the fall, as his parents' wails mingled with the horse's panicked snorts, Nikola stood trembling, rain of tears on his cheeks, feeling the first true darkness of his life. Some in the village whispered that Nikola had startled the horse by accident, a hurtful rumor that the sensitive child absorbed in secret guilt. The loss of his brother cast a long shadow of sadness over Nikola's youth. He saw the grief in his mother's eyes each time she looked at him, the heaviness in his father's shoulders at evening prayers. "Anything I did that was creditable merely caused my parents to feel their loss more keenly," Tesla later wrote. So, "I grew up with little confidence in myself." Yet, deep inside, he resolved to live for them both, to justify his own survival by achieving something truly worthy. This resolve became a silent current under the surface of his playful, inquisitive nature. Despite the sorrow that visited early, Nikola's childhood retained its fairy tale luster. He roamed the countryside fields and forests, attuned to every sensation. The buzz of cicadas on hot afternoons, the fragrance of wild herbs crushed underfoot, the glint of sun on the river's ripples. He performed impish experiments driven by endless curiosity. One winter, he and his friends rolled balls of snow down a hill, watching them swell into boulders. One grew so huge it thundered into the valley and shattered a fence. To the boys' astonishment, Nikola marveled at how a tiny snowball could unleash such force, and the image of amplified power lodged in his young mind, a seed of the idea that small energies could be magnified to great effect. In summertime, he crafted a peculiar insect motor, fastening 4 Junebug beetles to the spokes of a little windmill. He harnessed their buzzing flight to spin the wheel endlessly. He giggled with delight at his makeshift engine powered by living wings. That is, until a neighborhood boy gleefully gobbled up Nikola's beetles, thinking them a rare treat, a prank that ended the experiment in horror and disgust. These simple adventures, steeped in the smells of grass and resin, foreshadowed the ingenious mind at play. "Ah! Shh! Run!" Even as a child, he later mused, "I tried to harness the forces of nature for the benefit of mankind." At night, under a sky brilliant with stars, young Nikola often slipped outside and stood in the silvery moonlight, gazing upward. The Milky Way arched over the dark hills like a river of starlight, and the boy imagined that electrical currents might flow through the heavens, just as they did through the copper wires in his father's study lamp. He felt a strange kinship with the stars, those distant suns shimmering with ancient energy. In those moments, Nikola sensed, however dimly, the outlines of a destiny beyond the horizon of his village. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius had written. And indeed, the boy saw himself running with the stars, racing along their celestial paths with joyful abandon. Many nights he tiptoed back to bed with muddy feet and a head full of dreams, the static of imagination sparking in the dark. Thus, from the very beginning, Nikola Tesla's life was a weave of light and darkness, wonder and loss. The elements of his tale, storm and light, curiosity and solitude, arranged themselves like the components of a grand experiment. Lightning had announced his birth, and a lightning-like intensity flashed in his eyes whenever he discovered something new. He carried the secret wounds of family tragedy, yet found solace in the silent communion of nature and books. In those early years, one can sense the first chords of a unique harmony, the gentle but unyielding resolve of a misunderstood child who felt intimately the beauty of the world and the ache of its sorrows. As he grew, this harmony would swell into the music of a genius, sometimes dissonant, often misunderstood, but wondrous and unrepeatable, like the silent vibrations of the stars above. In 1884, at the age of 28, Nikola Tesla stood on the deck of a steamship as it glided into New York Harbor at dawn. The salty breeze carried a hint of coal smoke and the faint clang of distant harbor bells. Tesla clutched a warm valise containing his notebook of inventions, a few coins, and a letter of introduction to the legendary Thomas Edison. As the Statue of Liberty loomed into view, golden in the morning light, he was filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. What I had left was beautiful, artistic, and fascinating, Tesla wrote of his native Europe. What I found here was machined, rough, and unattractive. A century behind in civilization, the cacophonous streets of Manhattan, with their clattering horse carts, tangled webs of telegraph wires, and throngs of hurried people, overwhelmed his senses. Yet, in this raw, booming city of industry, Tesla sensed opportunity crackling in the air. The very sidewalks seemed to vibrate with electricity, fed by Edison's power stations that were quickly lighting lower Manhattan. This new world was a ferment of energy, and Tesla was determined to make his mark upon it. Armed with his letter, Tesla presented himself at the doorstep of the famous Edison Machine Works. Imagine the scene. Two men who would become arch-rivals meeting for the first time. Edison, the self-made wizard of Menlo Park, was short, barrel-chested, with a rumpled suit and a confident gaze. Tesla, the tall and refined European newcomer, stood almost a foot taller, with sharp cheekbones and eyes alight with intellect, hands trembling slightly. Tesla handed Edison the sealed envelope from his former employer, Charles Batchelor. Edison opened it and read the astonishing recommendation inside. "My dear Edison, I know two great men and you are one of them. The other is this young man." The blunt flattery made Edison chuckle. He appraised the gangly youth before him who spoke with a Serbian accent and old-world formality. Tesla humbly described his work improving electrical equipment in Paris and hinted at a revolutionary alternating current motor he had devised. Edison, a staunch champion of direct current, DC, waved a hand dismissively at the notion of alternating current. But he sensed Tesla's brilliance and was always in need of good engineers. "Well," Edison said gruffly, "we may be able to use you." And so Tesla was hired on the spot, stepping into the incandescent glow of Edison's world. Tesla threw himself into work at Edison's bustling laboratory and power plant, determined to prove his worth. He labored from 10:30 a.m. until almost dawn the next day, 18-hour days, filled with troubleshooting dynamos, and redesigning electrical systems. The smell of hot insulation and machine oil clung to his clothes as he raced about, tightening bolts and rewinding armatures with deft fingers. Edison took note of the young man's tireless energy and bold ideas. Where Edison relied on exhaustive trial and error, Tesla preferred to conjure complete designs in his mind's eye. He once confidently built a part exactly as I imagined it, merely reproducing the pictures as they appeared to my vision. The two men could not have been more different. Edison, famously, had quipped that invention was 5% inspiration and 95% perspiration, reflecting his dogged empiricism. Tesla, by contrast, was a creature of inspiration and theory. He had studied physics and mathematics formally, and could derive solutions on paper that Edison might have slogged through hundreds of experiments to find. As they worked side by side amid sparking generators and humming motors, a quiet tension grew between the practical Yankee and the visionary European. That tension snapped over a matter of $50,000, a colossal sum in those days. The story, as Tesla later told it, went like this. Edison's DC dynamos were inefficient, and he challenged Tesla to redesign them. With a flash of confidence, Edison allegedly promised, "There's 50,000 in it for you, if you can do it." For months, Tesla attacked the problem, sketching circuits by day and recalculating by lamplight at midnight. Driven by the tantalizing prospect of financial freedom, he invented whole new commutators and insulation schemes, eventually succeeding in greatly improving the performance of Edison's machines. One can picture Tesla, exhausted but proud, stepping into Edison's office after the final test run showed the upgrades worked. He reminds Edison of the promised reward. The older inventor raises his eyebrows in puzzlement. Or is it amusement? "Tesla, you don't understand our American humor." Edison replies with a dismissive grin. He tells Tesla the $50 offer was just a joke. In that moment, Tesla feels the floor drop from under him. The electric thrill of triumph turns to a jolt of betrayal. Edison offers a small raise as consolation, but Tesla, shocked and disgusted, immediately quits on the spot. He leaves Edison's office with his fists clenched and a storm raging in his heart, realizing that the great Edison sees him as just another hired hand, not a partner or equal. Suddenly jobless in a foreign land, Tesla faced a season of desperate hardship. His slender savings dwindled, and by the winter of 1886, he found himself digging ditches in the streets of New York City just to survive a $25. It was backbreaking, filthy work, swinging a pickaxe under cold drizzle, boots sinking in mud, as overhead a tangle of telegraph and power lines drooped from leaning poles. Ironically, the trenches he dug were to lay underground cables for Edison's own electrical lines. More than once, Tesla must have paused, wiping sweat and grime from his brow, thinking bitterly of how he, who had conceived grand engines and dreamed of electrifying entire continents, was now reduced to manual labor. Word spread among local engineers that a certain impoverished European genius was available at bargain rates. Tesla's dignity smarted, but he did not lose faith in himself. He later confessed that at his lowest point, he fed pigeons in the park for companionship and contemplated the unthinkable darkness of giving up. But each time, a new idea or inspiration would spark in his mind and keep him going. Our virtues and our failings are inseparable, like force and matter, he wrote. When they separate, man is no more. He would not let failure separate him from his purpose. Tesla's fortunes began to turn when a group of investors finally recognized the value of his ideas. One crisp spring day in 1887, as he was supervising ditch diggers with a shovel in hand, opportunity walked up in a gentleman's suit. Two businessmen, Alfred S. Brown and Charles Peck, had heard rumors of Tesla's brilliance and his mysterious alternating current motor. Perhaps they had also heard how this proud inventor was laboring in the dirt to keep from starving. They approached Tesla with a proposal. If you develop your AC motor, we will fund you and share the profits. Tesla's heart leapt. In a dusty tavern over cups of coffee that smelled of hope, they shook hands on the deal. With the backing of these visionaries, Tesla was able to rent a small loft laboratory in Manhattan, just a few blocks from Edison's offices, in fact. There, with renewed vigor, he set about bringing his cherished invention to life in that humble lab. Lit by flickering gaslight and Tesla's own fierce intellect, the world's first practical alternating current induction motor was born. Tesla worked with almost musical fervor, often humming a Serbian folk tune as he wound coils and fashioned rotors. At times he paced the lab at night, candle shadows dancing on the walls, lost in calculation. Suddenly he would dash to the workbench to tweak a design. The core idea of his motor was elegant and revolutionary. A spinning magnetic field created by out-of-phase AC currents that could turn a rotor without any contacts or sparking. For years this concept had existed only in his imagination, dating back to that epiphany in a Budapest park, when reciting Goethe's Faust at sunset gave him the breakthrough. Now he finally held a physical proof in his hands. In 1888, Tesla demonstrated the motor to potential industrial partners. When he connected the wires and the current flowed, the metal rotor began to spin silently and smoothly, as if by enchantment. There were no brushes to wear out, no sparks, just the invisible whirlpool of the magnetic fields doing the work. Witnesses gasped. Here was motion created by alternating current, which many American engineers had believed useless or dangerous. It was a moment of triumph for Tesla. The rivers of current he had imagined were now harnessed in a real machine. Among those who took note was George Westinghouse, a Pittsburgh industrialist and Edison's chief competitor in the burgeoning electric power industry. Westinghouse, a practical man with a twinkle in his eye, immediately grasped the potential of Tesla's system. Alternating current could be sent over vast distances by raising and lowering its voltage with transformers, something Edison's direct current could not do over more than a mile or two. In July 1888, Westinghouse invited the young inventor to Pittsburgh. Tesla traveled west by train, watching through the window as city skylines gave way to rolling hills and steel mills, excited for what lay ahead. Westinghouse offered Tesla a generous deal. He would purchase Tesla's AC patents for a lump sum, reportedly $60,000, plus royalties for each horsepower generated by the motors. And crucially, he would bring Tesla's inventions into production immediately. Tesla agreed. Upon signing, he suddenly found himself a relatively wealthy man. But more importantly, his technology had found a champion with the resources to implement it on a national scale. In Westinghouse, Tesla found something of a kindred spirit, an older man who valued ingenuity and had a humanitarian bent. Westinghouse had previously invented railway air brakes to save lives. The stage was set for a titanic struggle in the electric industry, with Tesla's genius and Westinghouse's backing on one side, and Edison's entrenched DC empire on the other. As Tesla's train back to New York clattered through the night, he stayed awake in his sleeper car, too full of visions to rest. He gazed out at the stars over the Pennsylvania fields, and felt a current of destiny coursing alongside the physical rails. America was on the brink of a new age of electricity, and he, the poor immigrant who had dug ditches mere months ago, was going to play a decisive role. The gentle rocking of the train and the rhythmic thump of the wheels on track joints made him think of alternating rhythms, of oscillations and resonances. Perhaps he recalled the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson he had once read. Not gold, but only men can make a people great and strong. Men who, for truth and honor's sake, stand fast and suffer long. Tesla resolved to stand fast in the battle ahead for the truth of AC power, come what may. In his pocket was a small notebook, and in that notebook, a quotation he had copied from a Stoic text. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. He smiled faintly at those words by Marcus Aurelius, feeling their weight. Every obstacle so far, Edison's rejection, the labor in the streets, the skepticism of others, had indeed forced him onto the very path that led to this moment of opportunity. The stars outside blazed silently as the train rushed onward, and Tesla felt as though he were running among them, keeping pace with their eternal circuit. Thus Nikola Tesla arrived in America, struggled and rose, a modern Odysseus in the land of opportunity. He came ashore as an unknown, carrying lightning in his mind. He endured trials that tempered his spirit, and now, allied with Westinghouse, he was ready to reshape the world. The currents of fate had swept him from the quiet Balkans to the roar of New York, and they were about to pull him into a whirlwind conflict that would decide how the entire modern world would be electrified. The War of the Currents was about to begin. By the late 1880s, the city of New York was ground zero for an electrical revolution, and a growing feud between two camps, led by two very different wizards. On one side stood Thomas Edison, already a national icon with his direct current, DC, electrical systems lighting parts of Manhattan. On the other side, Nikola Tesla, now backed by George Westinghouse, championed alternating current, AC, as the superior technology for powering the world. The rivalry between Edison and Tesla became legendary. It was a clash not only of technical standards but of personalities, philosophies, and even ethics. Edison was the established titan, dubbed the Wizard of Menlo Park, whose inventions, like the phonograph and incandescent bulb, had already transformed daily life. He was pragmatic, fiercely competitive, and utterly relentless. A man who worked by brute force experimentation and often said that genius was mostly perspiration. Tesla was the maverick newcomer, the ethereal visionary from abroad, who worked out inventions in his head through thought experiments and valued elegant theory as much as practical results. If Edison had a needle to find in a haystack, Tesla once remarked wryly, he would proceed at once with the diligence of the bee to examine straw after straw until he found the object of his search. Tesla did acknowledge Edison's unmatched willpower and ingenuity, but he couldn't resist noting that Edison might have saved himself 90% of the labor by a little theory and calculation. Their methods were opposite poles. Edison the empirical tinkerer, Tesla the cerebral theorist. But beyond methods, there was a deeper philosophical divide. Edison was a consummate businessman inventor. He believed in proprietary systems and securing financial gain from his inventions. Tesla, on the other hand, had an almost mystic's view of discovery. He spoke of tapping the forces of nature for the betterment of humanity, of ideas coming to him in flashes from some universal source of inspiration. Where Edison saw invention in terms of market and monopoly, Tesla saw it in terms of art and destiny. Their values collided as much as their electrical currents did. The conflict soon escalated into what newspapers dubbed the War of the Currents. Edison, whose DC systems had a foothold in urban centers, felt threatened by the rise of AC, which could transmit power over much longer distances. Rather than cede ground gracefully, Edison launched a campaign to undermine public confidence in AC diet. Using his clout and showman's flair, he orchestrated grisly public demonstrations designed to label alternating current as deadly. In lecture halls and city squares, Edison's technicians would bring out stray dogs and cats, and reportedly even horses, attach electrodes to them, and, to the gasps and cries of onlookers, electrocute these poor creatures with AC power. The undercurrent of burnt fur and ozone hung in the air as proof, Edison claimed, that Tesla's alternating current was unsafe for homes. It was a horrifying spectacle, but Edison's propaganda machine did not stop there. When the state of New York was seeking a more humane method of execution to replace hanging, Edison saw another opportunity to smear AC time. Though he opposed capital punishment in principle, he personally recommended the electric chair powered by AC for the job, arguing it would kill swiftly. In 1890, a convicted murderer named William Kemmler became the first to die in the electric chair, electrocuted by a Westinghouse AC generator that Edison's allies had surreptitiously supplied. The gruesome event, which in truth was botched and far from swift, was paraded in headlines as proof of AC's lethal danger. Edison even insisted on coining a new verb for being electrocuted: Westinghoused. It was darkly ironic. The great inventor, in his zeal to protect his business, was effectively weaponizing the technology of his rival. Tesla watched these developments with a mix of dismay and defiance. How strange it must have felt for him. The very power he considered the lifeblood of future civilization was being portrayed as a demonic force. Always sensitive and idealistic, Tesla recoiled at Edison's scare tactics. Instead of engaging in a mudslinging contest, Tesla sought to demonstrate AC's beauty and safety through public lectures and dazzling demonstrations. During one famous exhibition, Tesla stood before an audience in 1891 and let 1 million volts of high-frequency AC pass through his body to light a disconnected lamp bulb in his hand, a globe of light floating eerily with no wires. The crowd screamed, then applauded wildly. There stood Tesla, thin and erect in his formal tailcoat, illuminated by a pale violet corona, as calm as a magician in control of his art. To him, the alternating currents were not to be feared but embraced, like tamed lightning dancing to the tune of human ingenuity. He explained in eloquent terms that high-frequency AC could travel over the skin without harm, a phenomenon he called the skin effect, and he used metaphor and humor to counter Edison's grim warnings. Electricity, Tesla would say, is like a spirited horse, dangerous only if mistreated, but magnificent and loyal. When understood and expertly harnessed, the rivalry between Tesla and Edison also became a cultural spectacle. Newspapers loved to pit the dignified, eccentric Tesla against the earthy, quotable Edison. To many, it seemed a classic battle of the introverted genius versus the practical businessman. Tesla, walking down Broadway in his sharp suit and gloves, was the talk of high society, the tall European who spoke of future wonders like wireless communication and robots. Edison, burrowed in his New Jersey lab, was the American folk hero, the deaf tinkerer in a tattered coat who had already given the world miracles. They embodied different archetypes of the inventor, and the public was fascinated. The press sometimes caricatured Tesla as a dreamer, possibly a madman. Is Tesla the next Newton or just a nut? Wondered one headline. While Edison was painted as the canny old wizard clinging to his throne, Tesla bore the whispers of misunderstanding with as much grace as he could. He once cryptically told a reporter, "The present is theirs. The future, for which I really worked, is mine." He knew that truth would eventually shine out from beneath all the mudslinging. As personalities, Edison and Tesla never publicly resorted to coarse insults, but each made barbed comments about the Yoda's approach. Edison dismissed Tesla's ideas as impractical dreams, and was known to scoff. "That Tesla fellow's schemes are beautiful on paper, but look out if you try to build them." Tesla, for his part, would praise Edison's past achievements but lament, if only he knew some mathematics, he could have saved himself much effort. In a way, Their rivalry was like two currents out of phase. They pushed against each other, one waxing while the other waned. Yet together they generated the driving beat of progress. Despite the animosity, there was a begrudging respect deep down. When Edison's beloved wife passed away, Tesla sent a polite note of condolence. And years later, when Edison died, Tesla wrote a eulogy acknowledging Edison's unparalleled industriousness, though not without noting that Edison had no hobby, cared for no amusement or relaxation of any kind, and lived in utter disregard of the most elementary rules of hygiene as he toiled. It was both compliment and critique, characteristic of Tesla's complex feelings toward the man who had been first his employer, then his nemesis. In truth, the war of currents was never just about two men. It was about two visions of the technological future. Edison's vision was centralized and closed. Power plants in every neighborhood with direct current networks, under the tight control of his company. Tesla's vision, embraced by Westinghouse, was expansive and open, alternating current flowing from distant hydroelectric dams and generators, interconnecting entire regions and nations with efficient transmission. One vision had to prevail: the fate of electrification, and with it, the modern world hung in the balance. And though the rivalry between Tesla and Edison was personal and often bitter, it spurred each to greater efforts. The air itself was charged with their conflict, as if their very personalities were opposing electrical poles, generating a tremendous voltage between them. There is an oft-repeated saying, attributed to Nietzsche, that those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. In the context of Tesla and Edison, one might say Tesla was dancing to a cosmic music, the silent rhythms of AC oscillation, and the possibilities of wireless energy that Edison simply could not hear. To Edison and his allies, some of Tesla's ideas indeed seemed insane. Power without wires, energy drawn out of thin air. It sounded like sorcery, but Tesla did hear a music, the faint hum of alternating currents exchanging energy, the resonant heartbeat of the planet itself, and to that music he danced, regardless of ridicule. Meanwhile, the war of the currents was about to reach its decisive battles. The rivalry of these two great inventors would soon climax at a world's fair that lit up the night, and at a mighty waterfall that was finally yoked to humankind purpose. In those forthcoming victories, Tesla would find not only vindication over Edison, but also some measure of poetic justice for the many slights and struggles he had endured. The child of light was poised to illuminate the world, and even Edison would ultimately find himself standing in that glow. Under a velvet night sky in May 1893, the city of Chicago unveiled a spectacle that seemed ripped from the pages of science fiction. The World's Columbian Exposition, a grand World's Fair, was illuminated by hundreds of thousands of electric bulbs. As President Grover Cleveland pressed a button to open the fair, a blinding radiance flooded the fairgrounds, white palaces outlined in light, fountains shimmering in blues and golds, walkways glowing as if lit by captive stars. Gasps and cheers rippled through the 100,000 onlookers. Many had never seen electric light before, let alone on this scale. This was the first all-electric fair, and it became an arena where the war of the currents reached a dramatic climax. Westinghouse Electric, armed with Tesla's AC system, had won the contract to power the exposition, beating out Edison's company, which by then had merged into General Electric. For Tesla, it was a moment of supreme vindication. The very medium of the victory, light itself, was symbolic. AC electricity had proven its brilliance to the world in a way no smear campaign could darken. Each night, as darkness cloaked the fair, visitors marveled at the Court of Honor, nicknamed the White City, Pavilion facades glowed ivory white under arc lights, and colorful searchlights played across the sky, their beams converging into a luminous crown above the fairground. It was as if daylight had been stretched into night, showing people that humanity could now command light with the flip of a switch. Nikola Tesla strolled through the exposition incognito, observing the fruits of his labor. He was a slender figure, often seen in a crisp suit and bowler hat, gliding past kiosks and international exhibits. Perhaps he allowed himself a smile of pride as he passed Westinghouse's giant generators, humming softly in Machinery Hall, sending polyphase currents coursing through miles of cables to feed the fair's insatiable glow. One reporter described him standing before his rotating magnetic field exhibit, a copper egg spinning mysteriously on a black plate due to a hidden AC motor, and explaining the wonders of AC to curious onlookers with patience and poetic flair. Tesla would ignite a wireless vacuum tube in his hand, or show sparks jumping from his coil, punctuating his scientific explanations with visual magic. The fairgoers regarded him as a kind of benevolent sorcerer. Indeed, the Chicago World's Fair became Tesla's grand stage to rebut all of Edison's dire warnings. The fair's lights burned bright for 6 months without a single fatal accident from AC. The public's fear began to dissolve in the face of such beauty and reliability. That triumph in Chicago carried immense practical weight. It proved that Tesla's AC system could deliver on a massive scale, and it embarrassed the Edison camp. In the wake of the fair, Westinghouse and Tesla's reputation soared, while Edison's influence over the electric supply industry waned. The question of which current would light America's future was answered decisively amidst the fair's electrical wonderland. AC was the way forward, yet a challenge remained that was even more audacious, harnessing the power of Niagara Falls. This had been a childhood dream of Tesla's. As a boy, he had once seen an engraving of Niagara's mighty cataract and exclaimed, "Someday I'll put a wheel on that and turn it." Now, in the 1890s, that dream was within reach. A consortium had formed to build the first large-scale hydroelectric power station at Niagara Falls, recognizing the fall's immense energy potential. Initially, many experts, including Edison, insisted it be done with numerous small DC plants local to the falls, but Tesla's victory in Chicago changed minds. Ultimately, Tesla's polyphase AC system was chosen for Niagara, and Westinghouse won the contract to build the giant generators. Construction began. Massive alternators designed by Tesla whirred to life in 1895, driven by the fall's torrents via turbine wheels. On November 16, 1896, at midnight, engineers threw a switch in a stone building near the roaring waters. In an instant, the long blue spark of electricity raced through 25 miles of transmission lines to Buffalo, New York. For the first time in history, a city was powered by a distant waterfall. Newspaper reporters in Buffalo wrote that as the switch was flipped, a dull hum became a bright buzz, and then streetlights across the city sprang to life, as if Zeus himself had breathed on them. A local newspaper rhapsodized, "The turning of a knob in Niagara has answered the prayers of centuries." When Tesla learned that Buffalo's lights were twinkling with Niagara's current, he was overcome with emotion. He later visited the falls, standing by the cascades as the mist soaked his coat. One witness recalled Tesla gazing at the thundering water and reciting under his breath lines from Byron. "Roll on, thou deep and dark blue ocean, roll." Then Tesla softly said, "It's as if I've tamed a wild dragon," referring to Niagara. The ground beneath his feet trembled with the generator's rotations, and he knew the tremor would soon be felt in cities and factories across state. Niagara's success marked the final triumph of AC over DC, a moment often seen as the end of the war of the currents. From that point, alternating current became the dominant form of electrical transmission, powering the modern era. This victory was not merely technical, it carried a mythic resonance. Observers saw in Niagara a symbol of nature's grandeur, now yoked to human progress. Tesla was widely hailed as the conqueror of Niagara. A satirical cartoon from the time depicted Tesla in a wizard's robe, casting a spell over the falls which transformed into streams of electricity flowing into factories. In reality, Tesla's contributions had been behind the scenes. The design of the polyphase system, the engineering expertise, but Westinghouse magnanimously highlighted Tesla's role in press releases, acknowledging the genius who made long-distance power transmission feasible. It was a sweet moment for Tesla to savor, especially given how a decade earlier he'd been an unknown with his ideas dismissed. One can imagine that on a quiet evening after Niagara's opening, Tesla sat alone in his New York room with a cup of hot tea, reflecting on the journey so far. Perhaps he recalled his youthful words about Niagara and how far-fetched they once seemed. Now, they were reality. It was a reminder that words are the seeds of deeds, a truth the philosophers often extol. Spinoza wrote, "The highest activity a human being can attain is learning for understanding, because to understand is to be free." In mastering the forces of Niagara, Tesla had turned understanding into freedom. Freedom from the toil of manual labor for countless people who would now use electric power. Freedom from the constraint of having factories only near fuel sources. The world felt both bigger and smaller. Bigger in what humans could do, smaller in how connected distances had become. After Niagara, even Tesla's former adversaries had to concede his impact. The prize of electrifying the globe was his. Edison privately grumbled about AC for years, but General Electric, Edison's legacy company, quietly shifted to AC as well, acknowledging market reality. In 1897, Tesla was invited to address the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. To their credit, that body, which included Edison loyalists, gave Tesla a standing ovation. They awarded him their highest honor, the Edison Medal, in 1917. Edison himself was no longer directly involved to object. Tesla accepted it gracefully, with a touch of ironic humor at receiving a medal named after the man who once joked him out of $50,000. The war of the currents was effectively over, and Tesla's side had won. But for Nikola Tesla personally, his high-water mark of fame and influence was just the beginning of a more complex chapter. He had conquered the challenge that brought him to America. Now his restless mind turned to new, even more daring dream. The halls of the fair and the power station by the falls had showcased his genius to the world, solidifying his legend as the master of lightning. In the victor's glow, Tesla could have chosen to consolidate and commercialize his inventions, to become as wealthy and industrially powerful as Edison. But that was not Tesla's way. He was already drifting onward, eyes fixed on the next horizon, chasing visions that seemed to beckon from the very edges of science and imagination. The currents he had unleashed would soon flow into myriad new technologies, but Tesla himself would pivot to pursue the wireless, the limitless, and, some would say, the impossible. For now, though, let us linger in 1896, at that sublime moment when Tesla's AC currents lit up the modern world. It was a turning point in human history. For the first time, humanity had learned to distribute the energy of nature on a continental scale, efficiently and widely. In the glow of those first electric lights and the hum of those first long-distance power lines was the promise of a new era, Tesla's name was on the lips of newspapers, and the public spoke of Tesla's electricity as a force as fundamental as wind or fire. In truth, Tesla's gift had been to show that the Earth's electromagnetic forces, the flows of electrons, and the resonance of alternating waves, could be our allies rather than our foes. In doing so, he had truly fulfilled the prophecy of his birthnight. The child of the lightning storm had grown up to fill the world with light. With the war of currents won and alternating current power in cities, Nikola Tesla found himself at the zenith of renown. But his inquisitive spirit never rested. The late 1890s saw Tesla plunging into a new realm of experimentation that would cement his reputation, not just as an electrical engineer, but as a wizard of the modern age. In a cramped South Fifth Avenue laboratory in New York, Tesla began to summon lightning from machines. There, late at night, passers-by would sometimes see eerie flashes in the windows, or hear a high-pitched hum followed by a crack like thunder. Neighbors might smell a whiff of ozone, that distinct, sharp scent that follows a bolt of lightning. These were signs that Tesla was at work on his next great invention, the Tesla coil. Invented in 1891, the Tesla coil is a transformer circuit capable of generating extremely high voltages at high frequency. In Tesla's hands, it became a tool to explore the frontier of wireless transmission and resonance. Picture Tesla in his lab. A tall, skeletal coil of copper wire stands in the center of the room, connected to a capacitor bank. Tesla, lean and focused, adjusts some knobs on a control panel, then flips a switch. Suddenly, the coil emits a stream of purple-white discharges, long electric tongues that lick upward, hissing and snapping. Thunderous sparks leap to a metal ball suspended in the air, creating a continuous crackling roar. The entire room is bathed in a flickering ultraviolet glow, and the smell of charged air intensifies. Standing calmly amid this manufactured storm, Tesla performs demonstrations that border on the miraculous. He holds in his hand a glass tube with no wires, a precursor to the fluorescent lamp, and it lights up in his palm merely by being near the oscillating electric field of the coil. He touches nothing, yet the tube glows blue-green, its light reflecting in Tesla's intense eyes as he observes it. On a table, light bulbs and vacuum tubes lie disconnected, and with a gesture, Tesla makes them start to shine and emit rays, powered only by the invisible energy permeating the space. This was wireless energy transfer in action, decades before the age of radio and Wi-Fi. To his audience, it felt like pure magic. In these demonstrations, Tesla often allowed high-frequency currents to pass over his own body. Because of their nature, they traveled on his skin without penetrating vital organs, the skin effect. So he could endure voltages that would ordinarily be lethal. In one famous stunt, he stepped onto a platform, took a deep breath, and let himself be enveloped in a corona of electricity. Ghostly St. Elmo's fire danced along his coat, and brushes of pale flame emanated from an iron electrode he held. A sight both terrifying and beautiful. The silence of energy in that moment was remarkable. Aside from the crackle, there was no sound or visible engine driving this display. It was as if Tesla had plucked lightning from the sky and made it a plaything. The audience, initially gasping in fright, realized Tesla was unharmed and burst into applause. These coil experiments were more than showmanship. They were proof of concept for Tesla's bold idea that electricity could be sent through the air, not just through wires. Tesla's mind was already leaping ahead to the implications. If a tiny coil in his lab could light lamps a few feet away, what could a giant coil accomplish? He began to dream of broadcasting electrical power across great distances, lighting homes, running factories, propelling vehicles, all without a tangle of wires. This was a radical leap, one many thought fanciful or impossible. But Tesla had become adept at thinking in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Indeed, he famously remarked, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Every object he knew had a resonant frequency. The Earth itself, he believed, could conduct electricity if one could excite it at the right resonance. He envisioned the planet as a giant conductor, a vast reservoir of electricity that one could tap anywhere with the proper apparatus. In pursuit of this grand vision, Tesla embarked on what might be called a fairy tale chapter of scientific exploration. In 1899, he left New York and traveled west to Colorado Springs, high on Pikes Peak slopes, to conduct experiments far from prying eyes and limiting city power supplies. Colorado welcomed him with its famous thunderstorms and thin, crackling air. He set up a laboratory in a wooden barn outside town, erecting an 80-foot redwood tower with a copper ball on top. Locals eyed the structure curiously. It looked like a cross between a gigantic pine cone and a lighthouse, utterly alien on the grassy plain. Tesla assured reporters he was merely investigating the secrets of the atmosphere, though he confided to a friend that he planned to send a wireless signal from Pikes Peak to Paris. The lab had a roof that rolled open to release sparks, and all around it Tesla laid out strange instruments, magnifying transmitters, banks of capacitors, kilometers of wire. He was like a conductor assembling an orchestra of man-made lightning. What happened in Colorado became the stuff of legend. On some nights, Tesla pushed his equipment to the limit. Bolts of electricity dozens of feet long erupted from his coil. One arc reportedly reached 30 feet, setting the ground alight where it hit. The boom of artificial thunder rolled across the plain, making ranchers miles away startle from their sleep. It was said that people walking in the town nearby saw sparks jumping between their feet and the ground, and that flames of St. Elmo danced on the tips of the grass, the very air being ionized by Tesla's massive experiments. At one point, Tesla's induction coil overloaded the local power station and plunged Colorado Springs into darkness, causing the electric company's manager to rush out to Tesla's lab in a fury. Tesla, unbothered, paid for the blown generator fuse and promptly negotiated free electricity for his lab thereafter. The utility wisely agreed, lest they face the Tesla effect again. Amid these dramatic experiments, Tesla achieved remarkable feats. He lit 200 lamps without a single wire, from a distance of 25 miles. Imagine, out on the dark prairie, at midnight, a cluster of incandescent bulbs suddenly glowed to life in the empty field. No external power source visible, just the starry sky above, and the faint hum of Tesla's transmitter miles away. Cowboys reportedly gaped at the sight of cold fire in bulbs that no hands had lit. This demonstration proved in principle that wireless transmission of power was possible on a moderate scale. Tesla took meticulous notes, scribbling about stationary waves he detected in the earth and the exact tuning needed to make distant lamps glow. In another experiment, he sent a radio signal 1,000 feet and proved he could control devices remotely. Indeed, before leaving New York, he had demonstrated a radio-controlled boat in 1898 in Madison Square Garden's pond, astonishing the crowd as the little craft obeyed his commands with no visible connection, an invention that heralded the age of robotics. But Colorado also stirred Tesla's more fanciful thoughts. Late one night, as he monitored signals on a sensitive receiver, he heard odd beeps and pulses. He became convinced, at least temporarily, that he might be intercepting signals from an extraterrestrial civilization, perhaps on Mars. The news spread, and many mocked Tesla for this Martian hypothesis. In truth, he likely picked up signals from a distant radio source, possibly what we now know as pulsars, or just atmospherics. But his open-mindedness was seized upon by detractors as evidence of a slide into fantasy. Yet, for Tesla, the boundary between reality and imagination had always been porous. It had to be, for him to envision future technologies. As Nietzsche said, one must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star. Tesla embraced that inner chaos of ideas. In the thin mountain air of Colorado, isolated with his lightning machines, he let his imagination dance among the stars, pondering life on other planets and how to beam power across the heavens. By 1900, Tesla returned to New York with reams of data and unshakable confidence that his grandest project was within reach. He convinced the famed financier J. Pierpont Morgan to invest $150,000 in building a global wireless communication and power station. Morgan, a pragmatic man, was primarily interested in the communication part, transmitting telegraphy and news across the Atlantic, which Tesla promised. Tesla, however, had a broader ambition. He intended to make the station capable of transmitting power as well as messages, effectively a worldwide wireless energy web. On the shores of Long Island, in a quiet place called Wardenclyffe, Tesla began constructing a peculiar behemoth. Wardenclyffe Tower. It rose 187 feet high, an enormous wooden structure like an old-fashioned radio tower, topped with a 68-foot metallic dome that resembled a giant mushroom. Below ground, Tesla dug a deep shaft and drove iron pipes into the earth to facilitate the transmission of currents into the planet's strata. As the tower went up in 1902, locals dubbed it Tesla's Faroe Island Lighthouse, or Mystery Tower. To some, it looked ominous. To others, awe-inspiring. What marvels would it bring? Wardenclyffe was to be the fulcrum of Tesla's dreams. In his mind's eye, he saw electricity radiating from that tower across the globe. A world system, he called it. It would broadcast news, music, stock quotes. It would illuminate distant villages and drive machinery in far-off lands. It might even connect to handheld devices. Indeed, Tesla predicted that one day people would carry instruments in their pockets to wirelessly send messages, see distant events, and communicate instantly, a startlingly accurate foreshadow of smartphone. With characteristic bravado, he declared, "It will soon be possible to transmit wireless messages around the globe, so simply that any individual can carry and operate his own apparatus." Skeptics laughed, but Tesla's calm certainty gave pause. After all, had he not accomplished things others said were impossible? However, building the future required immense capital, and Tesla was not attuned to the slow, mundane labor of managing money or business logistics. As the Wardenclyffe Tower neared completion, Morgan began to question the endless costs and the lack of immediate profit. In 1903, Marconi, using some of Tesla's own patented techniques, succeeded in sending a wireless Morse code signal across the Atlantic. Morgan saw that as competition and asked Tesla, "Where are your results? Marconi beat you to it." Tesla insisted his system was far more powerful and comprehensive than Marconi's narrowband telegraphy, but he had not yet demonstrated it publicly. Morgan, notoriously flinty with funding beyond an initial stake, balked at providing more money when Tesla asked. In one of the saddest turns of Tesla's career, his grand project began to stall. Construction slowed, workers had to be laid off, and by 1905 the Wardenclyffe Tower stood silent, a colossal dream catcher with no electricity flowing through its veins. Tesla's journals from that period revealed deep disappointment. He felt betrayed and misunderstood by the business world. Here he was, offering what he sincerely believed would be a revolution for mankind. Free wireless energy, available to all. Yet the financiers only asked, "Where do we put the meter?" Indeed, one anecdote has a Morgan agent bluntly asking how they could charge each customer if power was just being beamed everywhere. Tesla had no good answer. His idealism was at odds with the profit models of the day. The great financial institutions turned thumbs down on my world system, he wrote bitterly, because they could not figure how to profit from an energy supply that would essentially be free once the infrastructure was built. Thus, Wardenclyffe became a monument to a dream deferred. For years, the tower loomed rusting on the Line Island coast, visible to ships at sea who used it as a landmark. Some locals said during storms it would faintly glow or buzz, perhaps the wind interacting with its metal dome, as if the ghost of Tesla's vision still tried to spark to life. In 1917, with America entering World War I, the US government, suspicious that the abandoned tower might be used by German spies, a baseless fear, ordered it demolished. Dynamite charges shattered the mighty structure on Independence Day of that year, and it collapsed in a cloud of dust and splintered wood. Onlookers cheered, not grasping the poetic tragedy. The same nation that celebrated independence with fireworks had just blown up a tower that might have provided a kind of energy independence. Tesla was not present. He read about the demolition in the newspapers. One can only imagine his feelings, seeing the grainy photograph of his tower's ruins. "There went my life's work," he murmured to a friend, eyes cast downward. The tower's metal was sold for scrap to pay some of Tesla's outstanding debts. It was an ignoble end to what Tesla once envisioned as the crown of a new technological era. Yet, even in failure, Wardenclyffe left a resonant legacy. The philosophy behind it, of a connected world, was decades ahead of its time. Tesla's intuitive understanding that the globe could be one big circuit anticipated the later development of radio, the internet, and the concept of global telecommunications. He was like Prometheus, striving to steal fire, or in this case the thunderbolt, for humanity, and suffering for that hubris. Tesla's visionary ideas and unbuilt projects at times read like science fiction. Weather control, harnessing cosmic rays, electric flying machines, artificial tidal waves to thwart war. Many of these remained theoretical or speculative, yet one by one, as the decades passed, elements of Tesla's foresight proved true or at least feasible. In this sense, his unfulfilled projects served as a guidepost for future generations of inventors, a kind of treasure map of ideas waiting to be realized when technology caught up. Take, for example, his work on resonant frequencies. In his New York lab, Tesla once built a simple mechanical oscillator, essentially a vibrating piston, and attached it to a steel beam to test resonant vibration. He tuned it until the building began to quiver. The story goes that the oscillator induced tremors that made neighbors panic, thinking an earthquake struck Manhattan. Hastily, Tesla took a sledgehammer to the device to stop it. He later quipped that with the right resonance he could split the earth in two. An exaggeration certainly, but it highlighted the immense, sometimes frightening power of resonance. While the earthquake machine became a popular myth and was likely overstated, it demonstrated Tesla's deep interest in the rhythms that govern physical structures and energies. This understanding of resonance later influenced fields from seismology to electronics. Think of how modern radio and microwave technologies rely on resonant circuits. There is an echo of Tesla's oscillator every time a microwave oven's magnetron vibrates water molecules, or when a building is engineered to withstand its own resonance during an earthquake. Another unfulfilled idea was the so-called death ray, which Tesla preferred to call a peace ray. In the 1930s, as the world braced for war, the aging inventor claimed to have designed a particle beam weapon capable of shooting down planes from hundreds of miles away by focusing a beam of high-speed tungsten projectiles using electrostatic repulsion. He offered it to multiple governments as a defensive tool to make warfare obsolete. Most were skeptical. Some who took meetings with him left unconvinced he could deliver such a device. Indeed, there is no evidence one was built. To the press, it became sensational fodder, Tesla's death ray, further fueling the image of him as a slightly mad scientist in his twilight years. Yet, the concept of directed energy weapons was not far-fetched. Today, we have lasers and railguns in experimental arsenals. Tesla's particle beam may have been impractical at the time, but it showed his persistent desire to solve the world's problems with technical ingenuity. In this case, he hoped a superweapon in the right hands would deter all war. It also symbolized a shift in Tesla's life, from celebrated inventor to solitary visionary, often dismissed by a faster-moving world. Through all these ups and downs, the inventions realized and the projects that remained tantalizing dreams, Tesla kept one foot in the reality of physics and one in the realm of imagination. He once said, "My brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration." This almost mystical view of creativity sustained him when his concrete projects faltered. It's as if he tapped into some collective well of ideas, drawing forth innovations that humanity would only gradually come to appreciate. In quiet moments at Wardenclyffe, as the sun set over Long Island Sound and the evening star twinkled above the tower's silhouette, Tesla surely pondered the philosophical meaning of his pursuits. He was striving, in a way, to give mankind a gift of Promethean fire, without the chains of wires, to democratize energy and information. The fact that he did not fully succeed in his lifetime does not diminish the scope of his genius. His major inventions, the Tesla coil, AC motors, radio remote control, even neon lighting and X-ray experimentation, changed the world. His visionary ideas, global wireless power, renewable energy from natural sources, automation, anticipated the future. He proved Einstein's observation that imagination is more important than knowledge. For Tesla's imagination leapt where hard knowledge of his day stopped, and eventually, knowledge caught up. Now, as we transition from Tesla's period of feverish invention to his later years of solitude and contemplation, it's worth pausing to breathe in the atmosphere of his journey so far. We have seen him as the master of lightning, commanding coils that emit artificial thunderbolts. We have seen him as the weaver of dreams, building towers to reach the sky. In Tesla's laboratory work, there is an unmistakable poetry. Each arc of electricity, each humming transformer, was like a note in an elaborate symphony he was composing. He had once been asked what drove him, and he answered not about money or fame, but about destiny. He felt he had a purpose to fulfill. In those golden years of creativity, he fulfilled many purposes, and even his so-called failures were seeds planted for future minds. His Wardenclyffe Tower, though gone, stands in spirit among every broadcast tower and smartphone network today. His Colorado experiments whisper from every corner of wireless technology that now girdles the earth. Nikola Tesla's inventions and visionary projects form a bridge between the tangible and the fantastical, urging us to reflect on how innovation occurs. They invite the question, Where is the line between a genius and a dreamer? Perhaps there is no line. Perhaps, as Tesla shows, one must be both. It calls to mind Hannah Arendt's insight that the true dividing line between people is whether they are capable of being in love with their destiny. Tesla, undoubtedly, was in love with his destiny, however lonely and arduous that love affair sometimes became. And now, in the twilight of his career, destiny would lead him into an even deeper solitude, where the inner light of his mind would be his constant companion amid the encroaching shadows of a world moving beyond him. In the early decades of the 20th century, as the world Tesla helped electrify hurtled into a new industrial age, Nikola Tesla himself gradually drifted into the background. A solitary figure often perceived as eccentric, enigmatic, even otherworldly. Solitude, which had long been Tesla's chosen state for concentration and creativity, now became his near constant companion. He never married, and indeed often claimed that his chastity was a great boon to his scientific abilities. I do not think you can name many great inventions that have been made by married men, he quipped dryly. To Tesla, the life of the mind was a sacred space, and he guarded it with monastic devotion. By the 1910s and 1920s, Tesla's days of running large laboratories were over. His funds were limited, and he moved from one modest hotel to another in Manhattan. He carried with him a few trunks of papers and designs, the remnants of Wardenclyffe plans, notes from Colorado, manuscripts for articles he hoped to write. Often he was spotted in Bryant Park or on a bench along Fifth Avenue, feeding the pigeons. It started as a small kindness. He had always loved animals, recalling fondly his childhood cat, and a passionate dislike of cruelty from the Edison electrocutions. Over time, the pigeons grew into an essential emotional outlet for Tesla. He would buy seed and peanuts, and flocks of gray and white pigeons would descend around this tall, sharp-featured man in a worn suit. He spoke to them softly. They perched on his arms and shoulders, cooing as he cooed back. Hotel staff grew accustomed to Tesla's unconventional pets. At the Hotel Pennsylvania, he would leave his window open so injured pigeons he cared for could come and go. One pigeon in particular captured Tesla's heart. A snowy white female with light gray tips on her wings. Tesla later described her with a reverence and tenderness that startled those who knew him. "I loved that pigeon," he said. "I loved her as a man loves a woman, and she loved me. As long as I had her, there was a purpose to my life." On nights when he felt especially lonely, Tesla would see this pigeon fly into his window and land on his desk. He would gently cradle her. In her eyes, a soft glowing red according to his account. He felt a profound connection. He even claimed that one night, the pigeon came to him and a bright light shone from her eyes, brighter than his own electrical lamps, and he knew she was dying. It was as if a great light had gone out. He mourned when she passed. This poignant episode reveals a man of deep sensitivity, whose human relationships were few, but who found affection and meaning in the simplest of creatures. While the world might snicker at the great inventor doting on a pigeon, one can sense something poetic. Tesla, who once harnessed lightning, now tenderly holding a frail bird, perhaps recognizing that love and empathy are energies as real and necessary as any electricity. Tesla's personal quirks became more pronounced in his later years. He had always been fastidious to the point of obsession. As a young man, he was dapper and handsome, but also admitted to peculiar compulsions. He abhorred touching hair, had a violent aversion to pearls. He wouldn't speak to women wearing them, even refusing an audience with a wealthy benefactor's wife due to her pearl necklace. And he was obsessed with the number 3. He often walked around a block 3 times before entering a building, insisted on 18, a number divisible by 3, napkins at each meal with which he would meticulously polish his silverware, and preferred hotel room numbers that were divisible by 3. Some have speculated Tesla had an undiagnosed obsessive-compulsive disorder, manifesting as these numerical and cleanness fixations. At table, he calculated the volume of soup plates and coffee cups before consuming their contents. He might line up 3 or 6 or 9 towels just so. These routines gave him a sense of control, a buffer against the chaos he perceived in the world. It is as though Tesla, who could create order in the electrical ether, needed also to create order in the small details of his daily life to think clearly and find peace, emotionally and intellectually. Tesla existed largely in isolation. Many of his contemporaries in the scientific community had passed away or moved on. A new generation of physicists, Bohr, Einstein, Heisenberg, was uncovering the quantum realm, which Tesla didn't engage with deeply. He remained skeptical of some modern physics, famously dismissing Einstein's relativity as a beggar wrapped in purple whom ignorant people take for a kin. As the cutting edge of science shifted to theoretical physics, Tesla's achievements were recast as brilliant engineering rather than fundamental science. His star had dimmed in the public eye compared to, say, Edison, who, even after death, was revered and mythologized. Tesla, in contrast, became a somewhat forgotten figure, occasionally surfacing in newspapers more as a curiosity than a hero. And yet, he was not entirely forgotten. In 1917, the Institute of Radio Engineers, forerunner of IAAA, honored Tesla with the Edison Medal, an ironic laurel which Tesla initially declined because of his bitterness toward Edison. But friends persuaded him to accept, arguing it was recognition long overdue. At the award banquet, Tesla, then 61, gave a gracious speech. Observers noted that though his hair had grayed and thinned, his posture was still upright, and his blue eyes still had a spark when he recounted anecdotes of his youth and warned against scientific dogma. He spoke movingly of his ideals, saying, "The scientific man does not aim at an immediate result. He is content in the knowledge that the groundwork for the future has been laid." There was an undertone of pathos. Tesla had laid so much groundwork, some of which others had built upon to great profit, while he himself remained austere and almost monk-like in lifestyle. Tesla's misunderstood genius often weighed on him. Reading the press in the 1930s, one finds accounts labeling him an aging wizard who claimed he could split the earth, or that he had talked with Martians. Some accounts are exaggerated or taken out of context, but Tesla didn't help his image by occasionally making bold, sensational claims to reporters, perhaps to keep investor interest alive, or simply as an old man's fanciful dreaming aloud. He asserted, for instance, that he had invented a new kind of turbine engine, his bladeless disk turbine, which he did patent, but which never saw widespread use due to material limitations of the time. He spoke of a plan to harness solar energy with a lens system, and to control the weather by simulating rain. Ideas ahead of their time, indeed, but to many they sounded like a scientist past his prime chasing fantasies. In truth, it's possible Tesla embroidered some of his narratives later in life to cope with his inner sense of underachievement. Regarding Wardenclyffe, he continued to file a few patents even in the 1920s and 30s. Such as for an apparatus for producing ozone, and an ingenious speedometer for automobiles. Automobiles, ironically, given the modern Tesla electric car, was something he pondered. He experimented with an electric car powered by broadcast power in 1931, though details and proof of concept remain murky. Such stories, like him allegedly driving a Pierce Arrow car, retrofitted with a mysterious cosmic energy receiver, have become legend and are hard to verify, but they reinforce how his reputation blurred into myth even while alive. Through the 1930s, Tesla lived at the Hotel New Yorker in Midtown. The managers humored him by giving a room on the 33rd floor, satisfying his number 3 fixation. Staff knew to deliver freshly laundered linens daily, he'd use 15 towels a day. Again, a multiple of 3. In his small suite, he continued writing articles and letters, feeding pigeons on the window ledge, and ruminating on the philosophy of existence. Sometimes he entertained the occasional journalist or fan who tracked him down. One such visitor described entering a dim room to find Tesla in a chair, silhouetted by the glow of the city lights filtering through the window, stroking a pigeon's feathers as he spoke in a gentle, reflective tone about the wonders of the universe, the certainty of life on other planets, and the tragedies of war unfolding in Europe. Tesla often condemned the misuse of technology in warfare. Having seen his AC motors powering factories that churned out weapons in World War I's, it pained him. He quoted his friend Mark Twain, whom he had known in the 1890s, that the only good war is a war of exhausted men, lamenting that humanity hadn't morally advanced at the same pace as technology. To one writer he mused, "Man must evolve new techniques for conflict, ones that resolve disagreements without violence, or we will destroy ourselves." Such prescient philosophical remarks, however, were lost on a world focused on more immediate concerns of the Depression and looming war. In those twilight conversations, Tesla's tone is that of a man trying to extract meaning from a lifetime of soaring highs and crushing lows. It brings to mind a line from Fyodor Dostoevsky, who wrote, "Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on earth." Tesla embodied this. He had a deep heart, caring for the downtrodden, feeding birds, weeping at the loss of his pigeon companion, and a towering intelligence that often isolated him. And indeed, he knew profound sadness, the sorrow of being hailed as a genius yet watching others reap credit or financial reward for inventions that stemmed from his own work, the sorrow of dreaming big and seeing only fragments realized, the personal sorrow of lonely nights with no family by his side. Yet he bore it with dignity. He found solace in memory, in the natural world, and in philosophical contemplation. It's said that in his later years, Tesla turned increasingly to the wisdom of poets and philosophers. He would recite from memory verses by Goethe, Faust, still a favorite, or couplets of Rumi. One observer recalled Tesla referencing an Eastern mystic one quiet evening, telling him, "If everything around you seems dark, look again, you may be the light." Perhaps Tesla was reassuring himself as much as advising the younger man that even in the encroaching darkness of one's life, one can find purpose by being a source of light for others. In the dim lobby of his hotel, Tesla occasionally engaged in gentle banter with children or bellboys, flicking his long fingers to produce a tiny static spark to amuse them, or making playful shadows that danced like electrons on the wall. By 1943, Nikola Tesla was 86 years old. The once meticulous suits were a bit baggy, his shoes worn at the heel from endless city walks. The New York Times still published a yearly blurb on his birthday, summarizing any new pronouncements from the wizard. On January 7th, housekeepers entered room 3327 of the New Yorker and found Nikola Tesla passed away in his bed, apparently from heart failure. It was as if he had fallen into a serene sleep. Outside, the neon signs of Broadway and the incandescent windows of skyscrapers, all owing their lineage to his innovations, glowed on, indifferent. The modern world Tesla had largely enabled with his genius hardly paused, but in the scientific community and among European emigrants and admirers, there was an outpouring of tributes. An extraordinary scene followed. The US government, concerned that Tesla's papers, which might include notes on that death ray, could fall into enemy hands in wartime, seized many of his documents. Some of those remained classified for decades, feeding conspiracy theories about secret inventions. Meanwhile, Tesla's funeral took place at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. Over 2,000 people attended. The great Croatian and Serbian community of New York turned out in force, along with scientists, writers, and ordinary citizens. They played Tamo Daleko, a Serbian plaintive song of longing, on the organ. Tributes were given. One can imagine more than a few quoting Tesla's own words, or those of thinkers he admired. Perhaps someone invoked Marcus Aurelius, reminding the mourners, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Tesla's soul had indeed been colored with noble thoughts of giving mankind boundless energy and knowledge, a brilliant hue that would not fade. Outside the cathedral, as dusk fell after the service, an unusual blue glow lit the sky. Thousands of New Yorkers noted it with curiosity. Some say it was just a coincidence, an electrical discharge at a power substation miles away, casting a transient aurora over Manhattan. Others, however, whispered that it was a final salute from the spirit of the man who had been called the Master of Lightning. A silent flash, a ripple of gentle thunder, and then it was gone, leaving the city's normal lights to reclaim the night. Nikola Tesla's later years paint a portrait as poignant as it is inspiring. In his solitude he found not bitterness, save a few justifiable grudges, but a deeper understanding of what truly matters. He commented once, in reflection, that the progressive development of man is vitally dependent on invention, but also that invention's ultimate purpose is to uplift humanity, not just technically but morally. It is not in the shallow physical imitation of nature that man's glory lies, he wrote, but in the perception of the deeper truths of existence. Thus speaks a man who, in solitude, conversed with both pigeons and stars. His misunderstood genius, much like Yunus Emre's counsel that knowing oneself is the key to all knowledge, eventually circled him back to an almost spiritual insight that all his work on external energies had been paralleling an inner quest for meaning and connection. The solitary Tesla invites us to empathize with the burdens that great minds carry. As Nietzsche would remind us, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Tesla's music was often unheard by his contemporaries, but he kept dancing right to the end with the dignity of a lonely king in a realm of dreams. And if we listen closely now, in hindsight, we realize that the music was there all along. A grand symphony of innovation, hope, and yes, a touch of sadness, playing for the benefit of generations to come. Nikola Tesla's life story is not merely a sequence of events, but a tapestry woven with threads of philosophical inquiry and existential lessons. It prompts profound reflections on the nature of genius, innovation, and destiny. In contemplating Tesla's journey, from the visionary child of light, through the epic currents war, to the isolated sage feeding pigeons, we are confronted with timeless questions. What does it mean to be a genius? What is the role of suffering and solitude in creation? How do innovation and destiny interweave in a single life to produce either triumph or tragedy, or both? Genius, as evidenced by Tesla, is as much a curse as a gift. The term genius often conjures images of effortless intellect and extravagant success, but Tesla's reality shows the underside. the isolation of being misunderstood, the burden of seeing farther than others can, the great sadness on earth that Dostoevsky noted inevitably accompanies great men. A true genius like Tesla operates on a plane that can be lonely and treacherous. The world may celebrate the fruits of genius. Who doesn't enjoy the convenience of AC electricity or radio today? But it rarely understands the inner turmoil that accompanies the creative process. Friedrich Nietzsche, who himself danced on the edge of genius and madness, famously said, "One must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star." Indeed, Tesla's mind harbored chaos, vivid visions, relentless obsessions, unyielding drive. And out of that fertile chaos, he birthed ideas that still shine like dancing stars in our modern firmament. Think of the Tesla coils glow, or the AC motors spin. Yet Nietzsche's aphorism hints at another truth. The chaos within can consume its bearer. The delicate balance between chaos and control in Tesla's psyche was part of his genius. He managed to channel his inner storms into creative lightning bolts, but it took a toll. We can imagine Tesla recalling Nietzsche's words in his later years, pondering if the dancing stars he created were worth the personal cost, and those who were seen dancing were thought insane by those who could not hear the music. Goes another saying often attributed to Nietzsche. Tesla's entire life could be viewed through that prism. He heard a music of electrical harmonies and future possibilities that others simply could not, and for that, he was at times branded impractical or mad. The line between visionary and madman can be perilously thin, a line Tesla towed with grace, even as his critics scoffed. Invention, as Tesla lived it, was a deeply human, almost spiritual endeavor. It was not just solving engineering problems. It was for him touching the very fabric of nature's mysteries. Albert Einstein, reflecting on the creative process, remarked that imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. Tesla embodied this maxim. His imagination did not simply encircle the world. It pierced through veils of the unknown. He imagined multi-phase currents swirling like invisible rivers, and then made them real. He imagined communicating across the globe without wires, an outrageous idea in the 1890s, and now we live in the reality of that imagination daily with our wireless devices. Tesla shows us that innovation begins with daring to imagine beyond accepted limits. To innovate is to take a dream seriously. But it also requires perseverance and a certain disregard for the chorus of "it can't be done." Tesla had that in spades, often to the point of stubbornness. He teaches us that innovation isn't a straight line of incremental progress. Sometimes it's a bold leap into the dark, guided only by intuition and faith in one's vision. And yes, occasionally such leaps land the innovator in a pit, as with Wardenclyffe. But even those failures light the way for future travelers. There is a philosophical nobility in this trial and error of innovation. It resonates with Spinoza's idea that the highest activity a human being can attain is learning for understanding, because to understand is to be free. Tesla's entire life was a quest for understanding the hidden workings of the universe, and through that understanding, to liberate humanity from drudgery and scarcity. In pushing the boundaries of what was understood, he was also pushing forward the frontier of human freedom. Freedom from darkness, literal and metaphorical, from distance, from toil. Each of his key inventions removed an old limitation. And thus, innovation, in Tesla's hands, had an ethical dimension. It was a means of empowerment and enlightenment. Finally, destiny. Tesla often spoke as though he felt a calling. Perhaps it was instilled by that dramatic birth and his mother's pronouncement as a child of light. Perhaps the early death of his brother imparted a sense that he must live a life of significance to justify being the surviving son, hence his near-messianic drive. Regardless, Tesla seemed to believe that he had a destiny to fulfill, and he oriented his entire existence around it. This brings to mind the words of Hannah Arendt, who reflected on how mortals seek to achieve a kind of immortality through works that outlast them. Immortality is what mortals must strive to achieve to live up to the world, she noted. Tesla, consciously or not, sought a form of immortality in the legacy of his ideas. Indeed, he has achieved it. The very use of his name today, for units of measurement, or companies, or pop culture references, is testament to that. But destiny is a double-edged sword. It gave Tesla purpose, but it also demanded sacrifice. To be in love with one's destiny, as Arendt phrased, can mean to forsake ordinary happiness. Tesla never built a family. He had few close friends in later life. His lab was his cathedral. His work, his gospel. Was it worth it? Perhaps each person must judge based on what they value. Tesla's own reflections suggest he accepted the bargain. He stated once, "I don't care that they stole my idea. I care that they don't have any of their own," hinting that what mattered to him was that progress happened, not that he personally profited or received credit. This is a kind of surrender of ego to destiny, a rare and philosophically profound stance. In an era where inventors fought bitter patent wars, Tesla's larger concern was that humanity benefit from inventions, whether or not his name was attached. It's as if he saw himself as an instrument of a fate that was bigger than one man. This humility before destiny aligns with spiritual philosophies. The idea of being a vessel for a higher purpose. And what of the philosophical meaning of destiny itself? Through Tesla's lens, one might say Tesla's life illustrates the interplay of fate and choice. He had innate gifts and circumstances that set him on a particular trajectory that could be deemed fate, but he also made conscious choices. To leave his homeland, to break with Edison, to pursue risky projects. Destiny in Tesla's story is not a predetermined script, but a canvas upon which his will painted boldly. His motto might well have been a line from his beloved Marcus Aurelius. Do not think that what is hard for you to master is humanly impossible, and if it is humanly possible, consider it to be within your reach. Tesla believed nearly anything was within reach of human ingenuity, and that belief propelled him to attempt the impossible. It is a deeply empowering notion of destiny, not something that happens to us, but something we collaborate in creating. Tesla collaborated with destiny fiercely, sometimes harmoniously, as with AC Power's triumph, sometimes contentiously, as with Wardenclyffe's fall, but always with the conviction of a higher aim. In a sense, reflecting on Nikola Tesla's life brings us to a meditation on the human condition at large. Innovation pushes society forward, yet the innovator often walks alone ahead of the crowd, pointing to a horizon only they can see. Genius brings light to the world, but often lives at the edge of darkness within. And destiny calls some to greatness, but seldom permits them an easy or ordinary existence. There is a certain tragedy and triumph entwined in such lives. As readers and inheritors of Tesla's legacy, we feel the soothing poetry of his achievements. The fact that we can sit in a lit room, reading by electrical light, or call a loved one across the ocean. These everyday miracles whisper of Tesla's once radical dreams. And we also feel the lullaby of his philosophy, the gentle encouragement to watch the stars and see yourself running with them, to believe in the beauty of one's dreams even if others do not immediately share them. Tesla's story is a philosophical lullaby, precisely because it lulls us into a state of awe and contemplation about life's possibilities and challenges. It doesn't claim that every dreamer will succeed, but it suggests that there is profound value for the individual and the world in dreaming and striving regardless. As an old man, Tesla reportedly quoted lines of his own poetry. Yes, he wrote poems in his youth. Softly to himself, one fragment went, "Out of this war of elements, God raises his likeness, the sentient being. There is a purpose to all this," he thinks, a kindling of the divine spark. In these words, we sense Tesla's final understanding that all the external wars of currents, of inventions, and all the internal wars of emotion, of intellect, serve to kindle the divine spark within humans, the spark of creativity and compassion that is our true light. Thus, reflecting on Tesla is ultimately reflecting on ourselves. Our capacity for brilliance, our frailty, our yearning for meaning, and our impact on the world. Rumi's wisdom surfaces as apt counsel as we close this meditation. The lamps are different, but the light is the same. One matter, one energy, one light mind, endlessly emanating all things. Tesla was one lamp, a uniquely bright one, but the light he carried is the same light that illuminates all acts of discovery and all creative soul. We each have a share of that one energy, that one light mind, and like Tesla, we each face moments of solitude and misunderstanding. In those moments, one might recall the comfort he found in verse or philosophy. For instance, Yunus Emre's gentle reminder. Knowledge means to know yourself, heart and soul. If you have failed to understand yourself, then all of your reading has missed its call. Tesla, through all his external explorations, in the end, came to know his own heart, evident in the empathy for his pigeons and the wisdom of his late interviews. He did not miss the call of inner understanding, and neither should we. In summary, Nikola Tesla's life encourages us to dream big, work tirelessly, care deeply, and remain humble before the mysteries of the universe. It is a story that flows like one of his alternating currents, at times surging with almost unbearable intensity, at times gently oscillating in quiet, hopeful notes. It is ultimately a human story, a fairy tale for adults that blends reality and imagination, instructive not by pedantry but by example. Tesla's legacy in today's technological world is immense. Every time a motor spins or a wireless signal is sent, a bit of Tesla's spirit is alive. But perhaps his lasting legacy in the human world is even greater. He showed what a mind unshackled by convention can achieve, and he showed the importance of coupling that mind with a heart that strives to benefit humanity. In the grand theater of history, Nikola Tesla stands as a solitary, brilliant figure, a lightning bearer who cast illumination into the darkness and paid for it with his own bouts of darkness. His life invites us to stand in the calm after a storm of reflection and, like him, listen to the silence of energy, the hush that follows a thunderclap of creation. In that silence, if we attune ourselves, we might hear a faint musical hum, the collective resonance of all the innovators and thinkers who, like Tesla, carried the light of knowledge forward. It is the music of the spheres, the lullaby of the enlightened. As we close this narrative, let us envision Tesla's soul as he might have wished, free, running with the stars, part of that one light endlessly emanating through the cosmos. The fairy tale of Nikola Tesla has no definitive end, because its moral and its magic live on in the continuing human quest for understanding. And so, gently, we say good night to the Wizard of Lightning, letting his story settle into our consciousness like stardust, to inspire dreams of our own. Dreams perhaps not so grand as harnessing Niagara, but important in their sphere, in the quiet dark. Somewhere, a child inspired by Tesla's tale might be gazing at a flickering bulb or the static on a screen and imagining new possibilities. The current of inspiration flows onward, and the legacy of light endures. Nikola Tesla's enduring legacy is woven deeply into the fabric of our modern technological world, often in ways we take for granted. Every time we flip a light switch and our room is instantly illuminated, we are beneficiaries of Tesla's AC power system. When we charge our smartphones, we rely on the principles of polyphase electricity distribution that Tesla pioneered. The electric motors whirring in household appliances, factory machines, and electric vehicles, including those eponymously named Tesla cars, are largely designs based on Tesla's induction motor, a device he first imagined while reciting poetry in a Budapest park. The radio technology that enables Wi-Fi and Bluetooth traces back to the foundation Tesla laid. Though Marconi is credited with the first radios, the US Supreme Court in 1943, ironically, the year of Tesla's death, acknowledged Tesla's prior patents. In a very tangible sense, we live in a Tesla-coiled world, one where the transmission of energy and information through invisible fields and waves, once a fantastic notion, is utterly commonplace. Consider the vast electric grid that powers continents. It operates overwhelmingly on alternating current, stepping up voltages for transmission and down for safe usage, exactly as Tesla and Westinghouse demonstrated in the War of Currents. This ability to send electricity over hundreds of miles from centralized plants, like Niagara Falls, which still generates power today with updated versions of Tesla's AC generators, underpins the electrification that defines modern infrastructure. It's hard to imagine today, but without Tesla's victory for AC, our cities might need a power station every square mile, and our rural areas might still be literally in the dark. Tesla helped electrify the globe, bringing light to the night not just as a metaphor, but as a reality. Furthermore, Tesla's influence extends to more cutting-edge realms. The wireless charging of devices now emerging. For example, charging pads for phones or electric toothbrushes works on principles Tesla demonstrated with resonant inductive coupling. He would light lamps wirelessly in his lab to astounded visitors. The concept of a global wireless communication network that he dreamed of is manifest in the internet and satellite communications blanketing the planet. It is poignant that the very thing he was working on with Wood and Clef, worldwide wireless signals, is now an everyday miracle each time we stream a video or Skype across oceans. Tesla even predicted devices remarkably like smartphones. He said in 1926, "We shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance. Not only this, but we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face. And the instruments through which we shall be able to do his will be amazingly simple compared with our present telephone." It reads like science fiction, or perhaps science prophecy. Today, over 6 billion people carry in their pockets devices that can video call any other across the globe. One cannot help but feel that Tesla would smile at this realization of his vision, even if the technical details differ from his methods. The essence, a connected world brain, as he called it, is here. Tesla's name graces the unit of magnetic flux density, the Tesla, in the Psi system, an honor that cements his place among the great scientists like Newton, Watt, Ampere, Volt, and others similarly immortalized. This unit is crucial in MRI machines in medicine, for instance, which use strong magnetic fields, measured in Teslas, to image the human body. It's as if even in hospitals, Tesla's legacy is quietly saving lives. The electric car company, Tesla, chosen by Elon Musk to pay homage, is driving an electric vehicle revolution that circles back to Nikola's early work on electric power and motors. Each Tesla car with its AC induction motor is essentially a tribute on wheels to an idea Nikola Tesla conjured 130 years ago. In the field of renewable energy, modern engineers revisit Tesla's ideas for wireless power transmission to possibly send solar power from space to Earth, or to enable new ways of charging electric vehicles over distances. The dream of globally distributed, clean energy that he championed is more pressing now in the face of climate change. Tesla can be seen as an early apostle of a sustainable energy ethos. He once said, "Work of the inventor is of lone importance for society," implying that inventors should aim to diminish the ills of society. He was environmentally conscious in his own way, advocating geothermal and hydroelectric energy, Niagara being a prime example, and even speculating about energy from the sun and wind. In that sense, Tesla's legacy is not just in technologies, but in attitudes that drive current innovators, the fearless out-of-box thinking and idealism that solutions can be found to big problems if we apply creativity and reason. Tesla's cultural legacy has also seen a renaissance, long neglected in popular biographies. For a time, he was overshadowed by Edison in history books. He's now the subject of numerous books, movies, songs, and even graphic novels. He has become something of a cult figure, a symbol of the underappreciated genius or the mad scientist with a heart. His persona resonates in an age that values both technological wizardry and questioning authority. People wear t-shirts with Tesla's face. Rock bands sing about Tesla's hotel room. Science fiction authors cast Tesla as a time-traveling hero or steampunk wizard. This revival speaks to the inspirational quality of his story. It encourages young engineers and scientists to be daring and altruistic. The fact that the car company using his name became the most valuable automaker in the world by market cap is symbolic. The torch of innovation has been passed on, and it carries Tesla's name forward into frontiers like autonomous driving and sustainable transport. Yet, perhaps the most meaningful aspect of Tesla's legacy is what it teaches us about the synergy between science and the human spirit. In classrooms across the world, when students learn about the history of electricity, Tesla's tale is often a favorite. It has drama, conflict, and profound moral lessons. It cautions against the obsession with immediate profit at the expense of long-term vision. For instance, how short-sighted it was of business interests to quash some of his forward-thinking projects. It exemplifies the importance of supporting creative minds and how society benefits immensely when it does. Many a young inventor has been emboldened by Tesla's famous quote, "Let the future tell the truth, and evaluate each one according to their work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future, for which I really worked, is mine." And indeed, time has a way of indicating truth. The future, our present, has largely sided with Tesla's view of how electrification and technology would evolve. This inspires confidence to pursue righteous innovation, even if the present climate is resistant. In our daily life, we often operate technology with a casual flick of a switch or tap of a screen, oblivious to the wonders behind it. Reflecting on Tesla's legacy can restore a sense of awe and gratitude. The warm glow of an incandescent bulb, a device Edison improved, yes, but one which Tesla made feasible to distribute widely via AC, or the silent spinning of a ceiling fan on a hot day. These are small miracles wrought by the toil of visionaries. By embedding Tesla's narrative into the story of modern tech, we humanize the gadgets and systems around us. They are not mere utilities. They are the result of dreams and struggles of people like Tesla. This recognition adds a layer of meaning. Technology isn't impersonal. It is a profoundly human endeavor. So, as we power up our modern lives, we unconsciously walk in Nikola Tesla's footsteps. The legacy of his ideas illuminates our cities every night, powers industry, enables instantaneous communication across continents, and is guiding new innovations for the future. And beyond the practical, Tesla's ethos, his relentless curiosity, his idealism that science should serve humanity, his willingness to stand by his principles continues to electrify the imagination of engineers, scientists, and creators who follow. It's fitting that one of NASA's deep space probes was named after Tesla, the Tesla probe concept, and a unit on the Sun, the solar flux unit, informally called the Tesla. Even in the cosmic arena, his name finds relevance. Looking forward, emerging fields like wireless energy transmission, quantum resonance, robotics. Tesla essentially invented a robot boat in 1898, and sustainable energy grids all trace intellectual lineages to Tesla's work. His legacy is thus not a museum piece, but a living influence, a light passed like an Olympic torch from generation to generation of innovators. We can imagine that in a not-so-distant tomorrow, if wireless power networks or global free energy become reality, people will look back and say, Tesla had seen this possibility, and now we fulfill it. In closing, Nikola Tesla's legacy is a legacy of light in all senses of the word, illumination, enlightenment, and hope. He left to the modern world not just technological advancements, but also a shining example of visionary thinking and humanitarian purpose. The world today, for all its troubles, is undeniably better lit, both physically and metaphorically. Because Nikola Tesla walked this earth, the rivers of current he set flowing continue to empower and connect us. The starlight of his imagination continues to guide seekers of knowledge, and the silence of energy he once contemplated is now filled with the hum of a billion powered devices carrying the voices and aspirations of humanity. This is the beautiful, enduring truth of Tesla's legacy. He turned night into day for the world, and in doing so, ensured that his own light would never truly be extinguished. In the quiet midnight of the modern world, if you listen carefully to the electrical grid's hum, or the soft static of a radio between stations, you might fancy you hear a gentle voice reminding you, the present is theirs, but the future is mine. And indeed, so it was. Nikola Tesla's future is our present, and through us, his light moves onward into the futures yet to come.